so much time.
Do you know what? I think that's very good advice for the standard person. It's not so good advice if you want to be tracking what the top players are going to play, because I can tell you they've got like hundreds of thousands of games. Like I think one David Howell, like when you try to compile an opening database of the games he's played online, I think I did it once and it was like 3 hours. It was still working away, because you played that many games. So it's very, very difficult.
Wasted
and
childhood.
Also, what I notice is that online, people are playing absolutely anything and everything.
Yeah.
I think that's quite a good thing to do. That's the place to experiment and try out all of your opening ideas.
Yeah, I actually purposefully did that, as you say, Ivanka. Like every Title Tuesday I used to play, like I would play a different first move. I'd play bad variations on purpose to try and force my future opponents to think about, okay, this weird line of the French defense, is David really going to play this? And then they'd play into the opening because they thought I'd repeat the same mistake. But I always kind of come with a kind of an improvement prepared. So yeah, mind games. But sometimes it does work. Like if Wesley had checked the bishop's opening, he would have seen this game as one of the main lines. And yeah, bishop e6 played.
It was the move of choice by Jan Nepomniachtchi in that game. I just did a quick check. You played about 17,500 games on chess.com. How do you explain that, David Howell? That's a lot of time.
Yeah,
I love it.
That's just on one site as well.
I know. I was going to say,
You don't want to know where else. I mean, back in the days of ICC, Internet Chess Club, Play Chess, I mean, you probably times that number by 10.
Do you know, I once had to play first round Fabiano Caruana. I was black. And I was like, how can I prepare against this? So I basically decided, I thought he was going to play an e4, so I prepared a Caro-Kann. I get there, he plays d4. Well, there you go. Well done, Yovi. You guessed correctly. And then I just kind of made it up and we kind of got this type of normal position. But I honestly felt like there were too many games that the best thing that I could do was just conserve my energy and not bother preparing.
Yeah, I just think like relying on online games for a classical game and checking all of them is just almost impossible because you could be derailed so easily. And like David was also mentioning, that strategy has been employed by many strong players, so best not to fall for that. But the question here is, Alireza Firouzja, if he remembers his game against Jan Nepomniachtchi, he will go shock castle. That was the move of choice by Alireza in that. The other option is that you immediately grab the bishop in e6 and get this imbalanced pawn formation and then try to decide whether you want to go for f4 once the queen sidesteps or not. For Alireza, he has been thinking. I don't know how much he remembers that game against Jan Nepomniachtchi. David, we might see a new move in this position right now.
We might well do. I'm being told that our producer, Bick, has played 53,000
wow.
games.
I don't think Bick is allowed to play on any other websites. It's all on chesscom.
And Tanya, Ivanka, I want to know how many you've been playing.
I'll say that I'm not much into online chess. I think I started playing on chess.com. I started playing online only when the pandemic hit. So my number is not going to be that high, but let's see. Yovi, what's yours?
I was going to say, I don't tend to play on my titled account.
Oh, that's the other thing, right? We've got all these other accounts, the burner ones.
Okay, I've got close to 9,000.
Okay.
That's not very much.
That's a decent number.
And mine is awful. On my main account only, not giving away too many details, it's less than 1,400.
Tanya.
Yeah, Tanya.
You call yourself a chess player and you're not online playing.
But I will say one thing. I feel like that's been a lot of Indian chess players. I think it's been over the board, focusing more on classical chess. I think Nihal Sareen really changed that narrative for Indian chess in a big way. But otherwise, for most of us, I don't think you'd find the numbers in many, many thousands. It will be pretty low.
Yeah.
So 9,000 is impressive there, Yovi.
It's actually really poor. I mean, 17,000
more.
7,000. Most of mine are played on my phone, though. I'm one of those players who's like, I get on the bus and I'm bored and like, I get flagged. Okay, so be it. I don't care.
All right, well, speaking of getting flagged, we've spoken about the time control here so much. No increment until 40 moves right now. And I look at our top row. Winston Keimer seems to be the one who's burnt most amount of time out of the opening. That's the top right board. By the way, Gukesh, top center, has picked up a bit of pace after taking a big think of capturing the center pawns. Lots of move there. And we've already dived into the Firouzja board where bishop to e6 challenges Ali Reza's bishop right now, trying to neutralize the pressure. David, should we continue our world tour and move over to Magnus Gukesh before we go into our top right Praggnanandhaa battle?
Let's do it. The Prag against Vincent Keimer board hasn't changed too much. We just saw a couple of committal moves, but yeah, still very, very tense. Let's go to Magnus and let's see what he's done to try and put pressure on the world champion. Very quick action replay because, yeah, we were questioning Gukesh's decision to spend almost 16 minutes on knight takes d5. It is the best move. I think if you're unprepared, you don't want to be a pawn down, might as well take it. So the fact that it cost him so much time, maybe a hint into his mindset, not the most confident after a tough few days. But knight to f3, knight c6, bishop to b5. Magnus has played this before. I won't go into story time mode now because I think everyone's sick of that. But
no, we're not.
Magnus has played this against me in Blitz, and I remember both kind of in person, like friendly games in the evening, late at night. We've played a few, but also online games. I think he's played this against me, and exactly what happened in the game. I remember this all playing out, and Rookie 1, I remember I was playing bishop to f6 to try and get my knight back to e7, and Magnus there was taking this knight and planting his knight in the center, trying to play positionally against some outposts. But Gukesh goes bishop to d7, allowing a change in pawn structure.
And before we deep dive into this live board, I've got a question for you, David, because you were mentioning playing your late night battles against Magnus. Is it true that Magnus on his wedding night was on chess.com playing Blitz?
Yes.
Oh my gosh.
Also, I heard on the birth of his son, while they were waiting for him to be born, he was also playing online as well.
Both times against Daniel Naroditsky. So, yeah, some big life moments. Magnus, yeah. I guess it's memorable in that way, at least.
Yes.
But yeah, with Magnus, we were at some bar on his wedding night, and then I don't know what happened afterwards. And then next thing I know, I think I was playing Blitz as well, and then I logged on. I was like, wait, why is he still up? And yeah, I ended up watching those games that he was playing. So
I have a question for you. Does Magnus remember every single classical game that he's played? Do you think?
I think to some extent he might not remember every single detail, but if you really forced him to.
Okay.
Why? Have you got something in mind? Some trivia?
Well, I have a game that he's played right in front of me.
Ooh.
And this was played back in 2009. Maybe in the Vikensay that you were at.
Okay.
Because it was between him and Jan Smeets, and they got to this particular position. Jan Smeets played bishop f6 a la Gukesh. Bishop f4 was the response. And g6 was played in queen b3.
Hey, interesting.
So I'm kind of curious as to whether Magnus remembers that game.
Oh, confession time. We need it.
We do need a confession time. Maybe Magnus is very good at going to the confession. Maybe we're going to get a confession later on. But I have the game in front of me. The question is, does Magnus remember it? Does he have fond memories? Because he actually won that game. Because after knight to a5, he went queen b4, and then there was some ideas of going h4, h5 at the right time.
It's funny, Ivanka, as soon as you say this, like, something in my mind says I've seen this game before. I think I was there in person.
Yeah. It could very well be, because what happened...
Can't take because the knight hangs.
And it's a Magnus type of position.
And indeed, you're right, Ivanka, it was Group A at the Vikensay, now Tata Steel Masters. Yeah, so I was in the C group. I was quite a bit lower rated than Magnus back then. And yeah, he was in the A group. And the Dutch players playing key roles in all of these opening battles, it seems, today.
Yeah.
But then that gives me an idea, right? Magnus, instead of putting the bishop to f4, could actually choose a different square in this position. and I wanted to make queen b3 work, and I wanted to plant it on d2. But let's also point out that the d4 pawn in the previous move, not the wisest decision to pick up because of the tactics that exist. You can take h7, you restore material balance with all the strategic advantages. Black's king in the open, d5, beautiful pieces for white. Another pawn most likely going to fall in this one. I wanted to be clever, and instead of the game that Jovanka had early on, put the bishop on d2. By the way, Magnus is about to make his decision. It felt like a longer move with the bishop. We might be seeing bishop to f4, but bishop d2 walks into knight takes pawn. So that does not work. And the main point was that after g6, now I have queen b3, and you don't have knight a5.
It's very, very clever. And yeah, knight takes d4 now can be met by, I'm not sure which pawn grab, but yeah. This one, b7.
Yeah, hitting everything. a7, d5, many weaknesses.
Yeah. Definitely feels like white's not risking too much, whereas black has some questions to answer. Like, it is symmetrical, so I don't think black should be doing too badly. Eval Bar also says it's pretty much equal, but it's definitely black who's forced to prove that equality.
But David, probably after bishop d2, knight takes pawn, you'd still have a move like bishop b4 and a lot of tactics coming in with h7 under fire as well. By the way, a decision by Magnus. None of this we're going to get to see as he sticks to plan from that game of 2009, and maybe he does remember it, Jovanka.
Yeah, well, hopefully Magnus will go to the confessional and we can get the inside workings of his mind, because I'm also dying to know, does he remember this game? Or is he just simply following those familiar patterns?
Jovanka, if I can remember a game from 2009, literally the exact same tournament in the other game, then surely Magnus remembers his own game from that exact same tournament. It was only 17 and a half years ago.
But you know what's been really impressive about Magnus and all the memory tests is that not only just his own games, he remembers games played by other grandmasters years ago, elite tournaments, not so elite tournaments. When I watch Magnus's interviews, it feels like he's watching the whole chess world play out. He's following every single game, every single tournament all across, and it somehow seems to stick into his memory.
Yeah, I saw him on the rest day actually at this event, and he was just on his phone, and I looked over. I was like, "Oh, you playing Blitz?" He was like, "No," and he was watching the this memorial tournament that Nihal Sarin's currently playing at, and it was some random position. He was like, "Oh, this is an interesting novelty." I was like, "Dude, like, just take a break. It's your rest day."
Didn't I once hear that he was following some under 12 championship?
He's an addict. I mean, we're all addicts in terms of playing chess, but he's an addict in terms of watching.
And maybe that's why his pattern recognition is so incredibly on another level, you know, where he's able to draw out ideas from something he's seen, and he just understands chess well better than the rest of the world. Bishop f4 on the board, but at least objectively the position remains in the balance. Maybe we check in on this in a bit. Move on.
Let's go to our bird's eye view, because let's have a quick glance of what is happening around the horn, and maybe we can just make an assessment on Zhuzhina against Humpy Kanaru, because earlier on we saw that it's very similar in terms of pawn structure to the game that was played between Pragg and Vincent, but the bishop had come out to g5, and then I'd like an assessment on Zhu Wenjun against Bibisara.
I'll also just point out quickly before we dive into those games that Divya still hasn't made her decision. That's the bottom right board, a very critical moment in that one. Divya, a few setbacks in the last few rounds, but she's looking at a good finish and has an outside chance of winning, of coming second. She needs a few results to go her way, but more importantly needs to take down Anna Muzychuk in the classical. h6 would walk into a lot of tactics. Bishop takes knight, also a difficult decision, and Divya in a big think.
Big think, but a good sign at least that she smells that danger and is trying to find a solution. So we'll check in on that if and when Divya tries to come up with a viable defense. Yeah, maybe just very quickly jumping into the other games then. Zhuzhina against Humpy. Let's start with that one. That was the bottom left board. Here we go. Big clock difference. Humpy, yeah, the clock has been an issue for her, I think, throughout the event. It has cost her in classical Armageddon. But yeah, we did see, until the last few moves, quite a standard Queen's Gambit declined. Actually, I'll jump back just to here when we were talking about the big difference from the Pragg game, being that Pragg's bishop was all the way back on c1. And if you put the white knight on f3, it would be very similar to that other game. But knight to e4, this is a very well-known trading mechanism. The bishop hanging on the edge of the board, so exchanges. White continues to exchange things. And a few moves down the line, bishop to d7, and boom, Zhuzhina breaks through with d5. She's trying to, after a bunch of trades, at least create a nice, beautiful outpost for her remaining knight. She wants to get good knight versus bad bishop.
And that knight will remain unchallenged on that. And Jovanka also the easy plan, right? Once the d-file opens up, you've got a clear path to double down on that as well. Positionally, strategically, it's exactly what you want. You take it, you come back with your rook to d2. If it's hit, you double up, you plant the knight on d4. Just a very pleasant position to play this at. The black bishop, the light squared bishop, will be stuck behind his own pawns. What you want to do if you're Humpy, pick up that pawn from e4 and chuck it out of the board, just to have some open diagonals.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, if you put that pawn back on, say, e6 or something, you know, suddenly black has got a great position. But because it's on a light square, because it's jamming in its own bishop, then yes, the black bishop is simply going to be on the defensive. So Zhu Jin, very comfortable position. Let's move in and check in on Zhu Wenjun against Bibisara. Bibisara, she must have been celebrating last night. But here it looks like there's been a lot of simplifications, no pawns in the middle of the board. But in these type of positions, it's all a question on timing. If white is going to be very aggressive on the front foot, you know, just targeting the squares, then Bibisara could find herself in a lot of trouble.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure if there are direct threats. One big plan is to jump in with the knight to d6. This is still, I think, relatively well known, this type of position, if not this exact one. But yeah, what do you think she's considering here? The most natural moves would be to unclog the position, bit of a traffic jam on the queen side, so you want to get the bishop out. Only safe square will be d7, but first you need to move the knight, so maybe one of these two.
Yeah, I kind of like that, right? Move it towards the center of the board, get the bishop out, but it feels like it's Wenjun who's got the healthier pieces, more active pieces. Once the bishop gets out of the way, rook about to line up. Instead, another option by Bibisara right now. She pushes the a-pawn. She wants to go b5 and plant her bishop on b7. She also controls the b5 square for any knight jumps, but it feels like it's delaying momentum here.
Yes. Okay, so here this is a type of position that could sizzle, could fizzle out. Let's go back to our bird's eye view as we see a6 being played from Bibisara. And you know, last night I was a little bit mean. I'm not gonna lie, I'm saying I'm a little bit triggered by the fact that I have 0 in the prediction game. I still have 0. I came so close yesterday, and so I forced you guys to make your predictions.
Who won yesterday, Yovi? Can you remind me?
It was a certain...
There was a glitch in the matrix, nobody won. My time machine was out of order.
I mean, I think the players are just deliberately conspiring to say, you know, that Yovi, she's not going to get a single point. So I've decided, because you took 2, didn't you? Or what was your prediction? Yours was 2.
I took 2.
And you took 3. Okay, I decided I'm going to take the rest. Me and the chair, we've teamed up. I spoke to the chair agreed that we are now a team, we're going to take the rest.
So if there's only one, well, if there's 0 decisive in the classical, or 1,
I'm taking the rest.
4, 5, or 6.
Yeah,
you got them all.
I got them all.
We give it to you, Yovi.
Today's the day. You got it.
Today's the day where my chances have...
mathematically for you to get this one. But you know what, Yovi, you're winning at life. It doesn't matter with a prediction game.
Oh, thank you very much. I do feel like...
Just trying to make you feel better about it. It does matter, Yovi.
I know it does.
It's crazy that you haven't won a single day in the last, I don't know how many years now. I'm telling you, we start...
How many years?
2027 will be a year when Yovi finally gets a point in the prediction game.
Okay.
Maybe 28.
Oh, Tanya, David, you guys are skating on a thin ice. And just to let you know, we do have a confessional from Magnus.
Ooh.
And that is going to be available to all of subscribers. So that is going to be super interesting. And we have fascinating day ahead, so much on the line, and the big question on the top row is who is going to be emerging the champion. It could be one of 3. Will it be Pragnananda? Will it be Wesley So? Or will it be Ali Reza Firouzja? Those are our 3 contenders. We're going to go on a short break, and if you're a lucky subscriber, well, you get to enjoy Magnus's thoughts. See you in a few.
Hello and welcome to another episode of Old Man's Chess. I played this, unless I'm completely mistaken, which, yeah, I might always be. I played this against Jan Smeets in what was known as Kudus back in 2009. This is like right before I started working with Gary, and like I was kind of preparing on my own, and my prep was kind of to be honest. But I remember like looking at this specifically, and there were so many ways to equalize for black. But I ended up like winning a nice game. So we're going for the whole this. I mean, I guess he was technically 2.5 years old when this game was played, so he was born, but I doubt he saw it back then, at the very least. But, I mean, the problems that I'm setting are pretty, like, marginal, I would say.
three of them are in contention. It's a big fight for Alireza Firouzja, Wesley So, and Pragnananda, the opponent of Vincent Keimer, as we saw Pragnananda take to and Vincent Keimer both take to the confessionals and share their thoughts. It's really tense there in the top row. So things, just to kind of just give a quick overview on the women's, things are looking really good for Anna Muzichuk there on the bottom right. Everything is going to plan for her. And between Zhuzhina and Humpy Kanaru, well, Humpy is still suffering on the board. She now has to face off against a Queen and Knight Dream duo. For Bibisara is just about developing the pieces and putting them on their opposite squares. But ultimately, she has won the long game. She is our Norway Chess Women's winner, so she's very happy. But we've got to go to where the action is. We've got to go to the games that are most critical. And a decision has been made between Pragnananda and Vincent, so let's head there.
That's the top right board, a sequence of trades that have just happened since we left it last, and we'll do an action replay on that. For Vincent Keimer today, his role is to play spoiler to Prag's dream, a dream that he's earned the right to with 3 back-to-back victories. Has Pragnananda taking down Alireza, taking down Magnus, taking down Gukesh. If he wins against Vincent Keimer today, Prag with the white pieces, and Wesley fails to win in the classical, Prag takes the championship. Half a point behind the tournament leader currently. And David, a lot of trades on the board. I do see the bar seems to prefer white with what we have going on, but it's tactics, tactics, tactics.
Yeah, it's tactics for now, but it could soon become very strategic, and it's white on the better side of it. We left it here. We went on a break. Bit of a cliffhanger for everyone at home. If you did see Vincent's confessional, you will know that he was talking about Prag being up for the fight, that it's a long game, that there are some big decisions to be made, and this was one of them. Knight takes e5 we were talking about as an exchange sacrifice. The computer says that this would have been fine for black, although very committal. I think Vincent, maybe not suiting his style to speculate like this. It's still no immediate attack for black. The compensation very much long term. So he wanted something that clarified the tension quicker after knight to e5. And I did say as well before the break that if he was feeling like he wanted to bail out, maybe bishop takes a3, bishop takes pawn. Vincent, this is an essentially a draw attempt. Pieces flying off the board. Bishop takes knight now, hitting his rook, and he decides to trade off the other rook. But when the dust settles, Prag's going to come back to the board, take that rook off, and we'll see this position. It does look like white's just got a better pawn structure. I'm not sure whether he can keep the knight on a square like this, or whether he goes back in one of these directions. But if Vincent can't break out with c5, this is a backward pawn, a weak pawn, and black's got a very bad bishop to boot.
And I'm just going to follow that up because exactly, right? If Vincent's able to get that central break into the game, you just don't have enough to play for. You will be unable to take that pawn, going for the weakness on d5 because the knight on e5 hangs. But I think Prag's advantage hangs by a thread that here you've got the option to move up with your queen to a3 and use the pin on this diagonal. So not allowing Vincent to quickly get rid of that weakness.
Very annoying move there. Maybe Vincent calculated all of it from afar, but back when he played bishop takes a3, up to the point where this c5 move happens, queen a3, that is what, 22, that's 6 moves each. That is a variation. You could stop one move too early and say, okay, I'm equal. But I don't think he is actually equal here.
No, it doesn't quite look like he's equalized in the sense that knight a4 is coming and there's going to be extra pressure on the c5 point. And we are seeing some moves in play. And I just wanted to just ask you both the question. So Prag, if he gets to Armageddon here, and will he be happy with that? Because he is trailing Wesley by half a point. And Wesley with an Armageddon win, or a win in classical, he'll take it.
Prag's not happy. He thinks he's better here. He thinks he's a lot better. Like, I think a draw and Prag will be a bit annoyed at himself.
Yeah.
Every chess player likes to be in control in general, but like especially with tournament fate, he wants to win this game and not risk Wesley winning the classical and ending it, or Wesley winning the Armageddon, sorry, and ending it.
My read on this, seeing how the opening played out and Prag's choices and approach, it felt like the math strategy is if the opportunity was to present itself, Prag would grab it. Will he overextend? Will he overpush with some super active line against the Queen's Gambit decline? He didn't go for that. Meanwhile, by the way, the line that we were discussing has been played out on the board, and this is the moment where Vincent, if he wants to solve his problem of the pawn formation, needs to push that C pawn, but there are concrete issues with that. Jovanka, coming back to what you mentioned, for Pragg, it feels like if the chances arise, he wants that fight. But maybe not overextend himself to try to get that going and not try to overprovoke a player like Vincent, who has been so incredible in the classical format at Norway Chess right now. If it was to go to Armageddon, I would say he wouldn't be devastated or unhappy about it. Somewhere you have the feeling that Alireza versus Wesley playing with the black pieces, good chances of it going to Armageddon. How are you balancing your own risk-taking capabilities? It all comes down to the position on the board. If Pragg feels that this is something to fight for and he misses out, yes, he'll regret it. But is he going to go all out, all chips in, go with those pawn storms, weaken, take those big risks? I would say no.
Yeah, so you're just saying he's gonna be pragmatic about this. He'll take the opportunity if it's presented, but otherwise,
yeah,
he will just simply play out the position, do what
analysis
needs to be done. Okay, well, big moment on the board, and indeed, Vincent Keymer thinking about whether he can do that breakout or whether it's possible just to sit there and just hold the position.
Nobody's sitting anywhere.
Someone should sit somewhere. Maybe they're fighting it out, not on the board, maybe in the confessional booth.
Yes, maybe they are. Look at that. Empty chairs.
Chair championship.
Empty places.
Beautiful chairs, by the way, that the players have signed. They have signed their own individual chairs. I'm not sure whether those will be up for auction or what comes next for those chairs.
Which one would you want if it was?
Ooh,
I'll put in a good word and have it shipped to you, David Howell.
Shipped just 20 minutes down the road. Yeah, I'm good. I don't know. They do look comfy, but we're also comfy here in the studio.
Would you like some mango crisps instead?
I've been snacking on the mango every day, as well as the muffins. There we go. What a setup. What a place to play chess.
It has been a delight here in the Dakeman Library.
Is that a hand sanitizer?
Yes, I think it is.
Very nice. Just before you go in for the food, everything's there on the board for you.
And you've got still sparkling water. You've even got upside down mango if you want. You can live your best life here in Oslo, and the camera angle is also working it. But let's go back to the bird's eye view, because we gotta have a look at what is happening between Alireza and Wesley. Wesley leading the tournament with 15.5 points. A win in classical, that means he will walk away Norway champion. If Alireza wins, well then Alireza will leapfrog Wesley, and then everything will turn on Pragnanda. So gotta go to Alireza. Wesley, what is happening here?
Well, Wesley's hanging out with Vincent and Pragg in the confessional. That's what's happening. Just to mention, Vincent's lost 3 minutes just being away from the board. Wesley, in the meantime, confidently playing the last few moves. There has been some interesting moments. So very quick action replay. Knight to d7, we left it here. We thought, brilliant move, strategically strong, great understanding of the position. Castles. I think there was one question about whether g6 followed by a quick queen f6, quick attempt to trade queens. Maybe this was best, but Wesley didn't want to risk being prevented from castling if the white knight had ended up on h6, covering the castling square on g8. So he gets his king to safety first, bishop to d2. But now there's a difference. After g6, he doesn't need to react. Alireza finds the fantastic b4, hitting the bishop, which now retreats. I guess he didn't want to risk opening up his king. Now white has a choice, but might even get tempted to take this pawn. Okay, maybe taking the bishop first better, but the black king now really open. So instead, the bishop did drop back to b6, and the question is, live board, to take or not to take? Is that knight just trapped if it gets greedy? Does look it.
It looks like it'll get hit by the queen or the bishop, and I'd want to hit it with the queen because bishop to c7, you still have an escape route via b7. So you want to start targeting it, and I'm not seeing a way back home for it.
Well, hang on a second. Let's just put it on the board here. So knight takes d6, queen comes and attacks it. c7, and let's go back to where it came from, knight to f5. So you want to take it, it's going to come at the cost of opening up your king.
Challenge accepted. I'm going for it.
Yeah.
Pawn takes knight.
And by the way, we might not see Wesley and his chair, but I do happen to know where Prag is.
Ooh.
He's in front of the microphone and he's telling us his innermost secrets. No, he isn't really, but
Maybe.
maybe.
He's our fourth commentator today.
Confess your sins. All right, but this actually looks pretty scary, right? Pawn takes knight, pawn takes pawn in that position, David. And I was hoping to plant my knight on d4 and try and trade off some more pieces and just hope and pray that I'm not getting checkmated after f6, after you grab the knight and go f6.
Yeah, this is sharp stuff. f6, one move, bishop h6, another move. Ultimately, it feels like white's compensation won't be sufficient. Maybe when the bishop jumps in, black will be happy to give back some material, ending up with a dominant bishop, a decent knight for a rook. Although the game, of course, continues. Yeah, it's kind of do or die time for Alireza. If he takes, he has to sacrifice. He has to back it up with high energy. He goes the other way. I think this was maybe a safer bet. And yeah, of course, Wesley's king will go to this square, not dropping the valuable f7 pawn. So the blue arrow appears, maybe the easiest only move that we'll see today. But when that happens, no easy choices for Firouzja, who still has to figure out what to do next. That knight at risk of being trapped.
It really feels like that, right? And also there are threats of knight d4 at the right time. And if you come back with your knight to g4, it keeps getting chased back and back and back with the h-pawn moving forward. Wesley So, shocking news, figures it out that king g7 was indeed the only move, plays it pretty quickly. And he's also putting pressure on Alireza's clock. Do not underestimate that advantage currently with still 23 moves to be made, 37 minutes. A very complex position to boot. The knight on h6, you fall back to g4. You're looking at f5, h5 coming in. If not, it's still very, very tricky for white.
How about this? Knight g4, king g8.
No,
Knight h6 check, king g7.
No.
repetition.
Alireza will say, non, merci.
So you were saying that Wesley will play king g8 and then Alireza will decline it?
No, I don't think... well, actually, you have to play king g8 because of the threat of bishop h6. So king g8 may get played, but there is not a chance that Alireza is going to be repeating because he says goodbye to his dreams of winning Norway chess. So instead, a lot of fight left in the position. I'm expecting something else. But what is that something else? So first up,
can you just line up your queen against the black king and say, at least my knight isn't getting trapped any day soon because I do have a check on f5.
yeah, love it.
Oh, another repetition for you, Yobi. King h8, queen f3, king g7.
No, stop with this repetition, guys.
And then another one for you, like, I don't know, bishop, oh, sorry. Maybe I should play bishop c7 or something. Knight check, I'll hide in the corner. Knight h6. True?
No, not gonna happen. If that happens, I will sell my house.
Are you sure? Can we get it in writing? You've got a paper next to you. On the broadcast.
It might, yeah, we won't hold Jovanka to it if the game ends in a draw a bit later, but if it ends in the next 5 moves.
Well,
The next 5 moves, it will not. Okay, yeah, that is a bet I'm 100% gonna take.
Wait, are you selling it or are you giving it?
I'm not giving away my house.
I don't know what you're gaining here, Jovanka. You're risking
gaining-
quite a lot.
Well, yeah. Stop making me back down. No, I think the game will not end within the next 5 moves. There will be no repetition in the next
I think it makes
6,
a lot of
7
sense
moves.
simply because Alireza cannot afford to
Exactly.
let that happen.
6, 7, yeah. Do you know that's gone away now?
Oh,
We
no.
need to stop doing that.
I'm an unk, that's all I do. I finally learned a meme.
What's that?
Stop.
Uncle.
Yeah, old guy.
All right.
Get with
New
it,
words.
Jovanka.
Earlier you said like queen c7. I literally in my brain I was like, wait, did you say 6-7? I was like, no, c7. Like, that's how my brain works now. I've been so corrupted. But in the meantime, yeah, big decision for Alireza Firouzja, and I saw a feature chat saying he plays better the closer he gets to 0 on the clock anyway. But he shouldn't, I guess, in a championship game like this, risk too much in time trouble.
But that's the thing, for Alireza to...
I might be homeless today. What is this? Is this like a signed contract?
I mean, there's thousands of witnesses, so a verbal contract is binding in the country of Norway.
And we know you're a woman of your word, Jovanka. Once you put it out there, you will just not back down from it. But you know what the good news for you is? That Alireza needs to win for a shot at the championship.
Exactly.
That's what's going to save your home.
Next, how many moves was it?
Now, the repetition pretty much
Yes,
happens either
it will not happen.
In the
They
next
will not
6
be
or 7
happening.
moves.
Okay, we're not. I'm just going to reassure my husband. I'm sure he's watching. It's not going to happen, Anna. It's not going to happen.
He's probably sitting there being
He's
like, what?
What is wrong? No, because he's been talking about buying like a €1 house in Sardinia or somewhere, and I've been like shutting down that idea. Maybe I shouldn't say this either. So he's probably like, ooh, what is happening there? Okay, no, but it will not happen. It's rook. You guys are making me nervous. Stop it. So rook, yeah, look, rook c1. Rook c1, threatens c6. None of this knight g. Business.
That's a great move. Far, far away from any repetitions on the other side of the board. He spots a weak pawn, he's going to hit a weak pawn. And that is a question for Wesley as well. I guess Wesley at some point will want to trade off on b4 just to prevent white doing it on his terms. But yeah, when the pawns are exchanged, I'm guessing that black will just defend with his rook. And maybe the repetition's still in the air, so Jovanka's house still almost on the market. Bids are starting, if anyone wants to get involved. Jovanka, no more houska.
My starting price would be a lot more than that. Thank you very much. Yeah, well, okay, let's rook c1. Excellent, Ali Reza. I have faith in you, man.
It keeps the game going, and for Wesley, he needs to fight the direct threat of defending the c6 pawn currently. Rook c8 feels like the most natural response. Can we bid for Jovanka's house? You absolutely can. What's the starting price, Yovi?
40,000 krona, we saw it. 45. Mike Katz is in there. Going.
No, it's not going. Gone. Thank you very much. We keep on going up.
Can I get 50,000?
Okay.
Can I get
50,000? They speak so quickly. Anyway, okay, come on, Wesley, don't keep me guessing. Yes, rook c8. Excellent. Now, come on, more moves, please. Don't take your time here. Just keep on rushing.
And I just want to point out that if white waits here, if Alireza doesn't do something like queen g3, trying to get the knight out, I mean, for Wesley, the next few moves are pretty obvious, right? You want to place your knight to f6, kind of denying that square on g4, and if the white queen then lands up on g3, you always have the idea to go knight h5. And then you're making a case for the f4 jumps, the knight on h6, kind of running out of moves there.
Love it, yeah.
I do notice Wesley, he's done this before, especially that game against Gukesh, where he kind of bailed out from a position of strength, especially on the clock. He was getting a bit nervous in the opponent's time trouble. As soon as he saw the opponent's clock ticking down, he started blitzing out, and Wesley there spent only 1 minute on his response. Given a question mark, maybe we can jump in and try and figure out why this was a mistake from Wesley So. Arguably his first real mistake in the game so far, because the eval bar suddenly on white side. Alireza hasn't been able to say that since move 1, really. And what could be the downside? The only thing I can think is that if the knight ever gets back to f5, if it ever takes d6, it won't be trapped as it was earlier, because it would gain tempo against this rook. It's either that or something to do with the deflection, maybe taking on a5, deflecting the black bishop and queen away. But, okay, he's going for his queen. Alireza, he sets up a threat here. Queen g3, we talked about this. Knight f5, big threat on the board.
Yeah. And this time taking that pawn with the rook on c8 hanging as well.
Okay, well, Wesley cannot allow this. You can't go knight f5 check, so king h8 looks to me the most natural move.
You're going to lose your house then with queen f3.
Queen f3. Ooh, handshakes. Has to be a draw because you can't use the queen to defend f7
don't do
anymore.
This to me, guys.
E takes a5 would win a pawn. Now the black queen's away, so king g7. Best move.
What price are we on currently? I saw 45k was the last bid.
I would bid 69k.
You're messing with me, guys. Stop it. How many moves have we done already?
Did you just crack the 69k situation, David?
I was going to say 67k, but...
different kind of show.
Exactly. Queen g3. We've had 2 moves. We said between the next 6 or 7 moves. So you got a small window. I mean, not on the house anymore, which is gone, but a little window of opportunity to save it now.
Does it come with free elo? Yes, it does. It does, actually. It's got a lot of chess books. Yeah.
That's
so
true.
You gotta get the elo there.
Also the energy, the aura. You live in your house, you increase 100 elo points. Minimum. Guaranteed.
Yeah.
The view from Jovanka's house is stunning as well, I should mention.
Yeah, David's been.
It's
I feel-
really nice.
I love how this has become a real conversation about Yovi losing her house on this broadcast.
Well, I didn't realize that actually Ali Reza could force a draw, but I know he won't.
He won't.
So
You're
but you
safe.
did make me question life a little bit there.
You should have bet your house and your car. Yovi house car.
Ooh,
Both of them.
Yovi no house car.
You'd be living in the car. Okay, right. Yeah, big threat. I do think that's the most natural move. The only other option I see is knight f6, although actually that doesn't work anymore. Knight f6 is maybe the move you want to play. But does it work? I want to suddenly take this pawn and deflection again. Suddenly the black queen is overworked. You can't take and allow bishop takes a5, queen being deflected, because now knight f5 check. And the pawn does drop again, not just one pawn, but two pawns. Actually, Wesley's talked himself into a corner here.
Would it help to throw in a pawn takes pawn if you're black before getting the knight to f6, just simply hiding away from any threats on a5?
Yeah, we would love to. Now the big question is whether Alireza takes it back or whether he can drop in a check and now
Move
take
away.
the pawn.
And if the rook was to step up, you simply recapture on b4. That knight on d6, that's the only weak spot here.
Maybe I'd take with the bishop, keep it safe.
I'm just wondering if you want to put your king on g8 if you're black, because that f7 pawn looks a bit tender in a lot of the positions. I just saw the bar rise after king h8, so I was like, gotta be g8.
Good call. But yeah, if you can't trap the knight, like c5 now will let the knight out via b5. If you don't trap it, this is a pawn loss from Wesley So.
Knight c... Oh, no.
Yeah.
Knight c5 does not help. e5 is hanging David Howell.
Yeah, but there is d3.
Okay, to move.
Yeah, queen takes now,
Queen
knight
takes.
takes d3 and black's back in. But maybe, I mean, the white knight still has this square to escape via.
Still d3, right?
Still d3.
And there's a
something
pin as well.
gets super sharp. Queen takes d3. Oof, who knows? But
Yeah.
apparently there's something really strong for white. Probably d4 or something crazy. When I see the computer get excited, it's always something like d4. Maybe the white knight is just going to be a thorn in the black's eye for the rest of the game.
Yeah. Okay.
Queen g3 on the board. Questions for Wesley So to answer with championship on the line right now.
And more than that, apparently, as well. So, big decision.
Ivanka's got more on the
Or
line than
someone
Wesley
has,
right
like,
now.
stumbled
Suddenly the
into-
stakes have gone sky high.
Especially here in Oslo. So, okay, let's... King h8. But the stakes are so high for Alireza. He's an ambitious player. He will not want to be repeating moves with Queen g3, Queen f3. Even though, I admit, he has that in the back of his pocket.
But
How
does
can
he
he
have
play?
something better? Can he
Exactly.
play for the win
Exactly.
is the question.
Just reassure me, guys.
He's always in it to win it, so I think he finds a way.
Yeah, I've rarely seen Alireza bail out, especially when there's life left. He might not think he's better, but I think he'll play on because of the tournament. And I mean, we talked about Wesley, how this might be one of the biggest tournament wins of his career. In terms of classical closed events, Alireza has struggled traditionally, so this is definitely going to be one of the biggest wins for him as well, if he is able to somehow leapfrog Wesley and if Prague's board goes his way as well.
Exactly, and I was going to actually say that I checked online, like when was the last time Alireza won a big event, and as far as I could tell, it was back in 2024 when he won the GCT and he won the Sinkfield Cup and also the Sinkfield Rapid and Blitz, the St. Louis Rapid and Blitz. So it's been a while for him. He's going to want to at least press Wesley to the max. And there you go.
With a decision.
There's my
Comes
man,
back.
King H1.
I've never seen such relief.
You guys had me worried.
You had reasons to be, Ivanka. You walked right into that one.
I know.
And I know you would find it so difficult to back down from that situation.
Luckily, Ivanka also knows Alireza, so she wasn't risking it too much, I think.
Well, apparently I did. I risked the house. So,
Immediate response by Alireza. Firouzja and king to h1 comes in with an idea, right? He's freed up that f-pawn to move up the board. So he wants to clamp down on the black king here. Alireza Firouzja going for the attack. Wesley So he takes care of the entire left flank. Pawn takes pawn. No more deflection tactics for that black queen, which might be required closer to the black king later on. A decision time for Firouzja. You capture with the pawn, destroy your pawn structure, but at least take control of the queen side and deny c5 access. or do you pick it up with your bishop, hit the d6 pawn, but in return allow a free flow for those black pawns and a piece to jump onto c5?
Or
Oh my god, there's an or.
or do you play f4?
Well, the fact that he's hesitating right
I
now
love it.
means to me, is he considering f4? Go and put it on the board, David. What is going to happen if you set the board on fire like that?
It's very possible, boys and girls.
Very playable, and it's his style. Like in Blitz, he would play this in a heartbeat, and he would just deal with the consequences. It is a pawn. Like, black's going to continue munching at some point. I don't think he needs to play f4, which might hold him back. Also, the clock situation, he shouldn't really invest 10 minutes and then not play f4. If he's going to play f4, he'd play it in a heartbeat, but yeah, it's got to be so tempting for him. I would just style of player, I would take back on b4 every day of the week. But Alireza is unique for a reason.
Also, there's a big threat, right? If you go f4, your big idea is quite simple. You just want to be opening up the f line, start targeting f7. That's a soft spot in the position.
Yeah, so, for example, if b takes a3, does white just continue? Does white take a timeout?
I feel like this time you have to take a bit of a timeout, right? b2 hanging as well. We can go wild. Let's see what happens after f5.
Boo.
It's like a bit too much. Do you
Yeah.
simply take on b2 now?
Probably.
And the rook
Probably.
and c1 hanging. So you got to take that pause a little bit, even if your name is Wesley. So right now is even Alireza for that matter. Pawn takes pawn, f5 coming in next if we just have that line up on the board. Now there's a big threat on f7, and let's say you try to defend it with queen to e7. Yovi's idea of f5, you're never going to pick up that pawn. I'm also threatening to go f6. Let's say you move the knight to g7, David Howell. I would think that just looks... Tactics everywhere. Knight takes pawn. Do you land on g5?
Yes.
And queen f3, and that's triple down.
Well, there's knight
Spin it
h.
and win it.
There's knight h5 at the end.
Queen f3. Oh, you mean f h5?
Yeah, luckily,
Yeah, let's go for that direction too.
luckily the white knight defends the queen, so
Yes.
yeah, white ends up a piece up. But otherwise, that would be a total turnaround. But bishop g5, if the other knight lands, then
Queen f3. Oh, queen h4.
or
both.
queen,
Super
yeah,
good.
same.
Yes, same. Winning the knight, winning the game.
He'd be really flashy.
F4. You know what? Alireza does it. Do you want to give your house away on this one?
No, I don't not want to give it away my house anymore at all. I will stop whilst I'm winning on that one. No, don't.
I feel like this one, Yovi, would be wise to not think about selling your house, because I have a feeling that Firouzja goes, it's Firouzja 4 coming up. F4, tough find, but he does it. Especially the fact that it's a must-win game for Alireza today. It's these two players who've been ruling the top of the leaderboard. They've been the one fighting for championship from the start, so it kind of just makes sense for it to boil down into this crazy battle with F4 on the board.
Look at his eyes. I don't know if we can get a zoom in, but he's only looking at f4. He's not even trying to hide it from Wesley. He looked over it for the clock just for a second. That would have been also the same side as taking back the pawn on b4. But, okay, here we go. He's looking down. He's looking at the enemy king. He's not looking over at the clock
No,
side
he's
of the
not.
board. Look at that. Okay, there he was. But he's going to play f4.
It feels like a very center angle right there. Firouzja on the board is what it will be if we do see f4 land. I love it. And it's not clear at all.
I mean, it's essentially a pawn for a tempo. Like, he could play a takes b4, take the pawn back, and then play f4 next. Like, he's still getting it, but black will get an extra tempo to defend, to cover things, to hold squares, to maybe trade off some pieces. Like, he's just throwing a pawn off the board for a full tempo, but sometimes chess is about that, right?
Yeah.
It's about speed. It's a
Especially
race.
that.
Exactly. And I'm just thinking, if you do take on b4, does Wesley have the tempo to suddenly just get a good defense going?
And then that idea, you take on b4, David, knight d4 maybe you were pointing at. I also really like the idea of black going knight f6, knight h5 in the starting position, just denying you access for that move f4 without a ton of exchanges.
Oh, that is annoying. Okay, if he doesn't get f4 after all, then play it now.
Do it, Alireza. And that will be entertainment guaranteed. I did see the bar suggest that he
What does he
does
do?
take on b4. He slowed down, but he decides to play it safe, Alireza Firouzja.
I think it was the clock. He's down to 26 minutes only, and this is just move 21. There is a time crunch. I think f4 for sure most of that time, but he probably didn't even calculate this move that he's just played. Calculating the other one, he was like too messy, can't guarantee. I've already spent 6 minutes. Boom. Just keep it safe.
Oh, I wanted to see F4 on the board.
Yes, that would have been something at least. But okay, this one is still messy. F4 still in the air. Ali Reza still has the attack. And for Wesley, now is the time for him just to start thinking about some defensive measures. Knight F6 is something that we considered. Knight jumping into D4 is another move. Let's go to our bird's eye view and see what is going down in the game between Praggnanandhaa, Vincent. Remember, Praggnanandhaa is chasing down Wesley. He currently has a little bit of a nice bind going on. There's a target on C7 as a backward pawn. Maybe we check in on Vincent and Prag and see what is happening there.
Just an update that Magnus Carlsen against Gukesh. Queens are off the board. Magnus is temporarily up a pawn. But yeah, we'll get back to that one shortly. That's an endgame that will go on for a long, long time. Magnus trying to squeeze with the bishop pair. Yeah, let's talk about our title battle here. Let's go into the Prag game, because if he gets 2 more moves, it's hard to arrange, but yeah, Vincent lashes out, I think, quite correctly. If White had 2 more moves and was able to plant his own knight on the C5 outpost, that black pawn that was on C7 would have been backward forever. Like, the black bishop would have been inferior forever. Now, if he can get 1 more move, Vincent this time, and take the pawn in the center, it becomes symmetrical and a draw very likely. So Prag has to be accurate now. Hits the queen. He might even just take this pawn next before it advances or captures, and he's going to get an outpost. Black's going to be left with an isolated pawn. How do we estimate the winning chances here for Prag?
That's the big question, right? It's 4v4 when we talk about the pawns once the set is traded off, because I don't think Prag wants to allow a protected passed pawn on c4. That looks incredibly dangerous if Vincent's able to push that pawn. Let's say the queen moves away, you capture on c5, you take back with the queen, the knight lands on d4, and it looks beautiful for White, right? You're playing against a pretty much dead bishop on e6. You have stunning knights. You're controlling the B line and the A line, looking at infiltrations along the 7th rank if you're Praggnanandhaa. But is it enough? Because with all the pawns on one side of the board, the bishop's ugly, but it's also a great defender. The knight doing this exact same job. The queen and the rook nicely lined up as well. David, I would say that this is closer to a Vincent hold than a Prag win.
Yes, and actually we don't have to wait too long, because we're going to find out what Praggnanandhaa thinks about his position. Have a listen to this.
Yeah, so when I played b5, I forgot that he can. I just assumed for some reason that bishop a3 is not really possible, and yeah, I realized once I played bishop into b5 that he can just take bishop a3. I was really hoping for this knight e5, and these positions, they are like double-edged, but yeah, bishop a3 is quite solid, but still I think I can push, so we'll see.
Well, Prag believes he can still push, but we are feeling very confident that he has grinding opportunities here.
But he was talking about the moment when Vincent had the chance to grab on a3, and he said that is what he was worried about. It looks quite solid, but he has something to play for, and it's kind of played out in that narrative, right? Where Vincent found that idea, we saw so many trades, 4 sequence of moves there, and here we are with a slight edge for Praggnanandhaa in this position, but it just feels like Vincent is within saving territory. I will call this out as Armageddon, the most likely of the outcomes.
Okay. I think there's a long way before that. I still agree it's most likely, but I don't know, Vincent, he's a bit lower on time. I don't see him solving the problems immediately. Like, if you're going to draw this game, it's probably in 50 moves time. He's going to be suffering forever with that bad bishop. White's knights are going to be beautiful, especially that knight that's about to land on d4. I think there's a lot of suffering ahead.
But
Not
it's
fun for Vincent.
Cemento for Black as well. Okay, so you think this gets decided in...
Okay, I did predict that there would be only 2 decisive results this round, so I'll say this is... Oh, is this one of them? Adam Muzychuk's about to win.
You know what my dream scenario is? That this really goes down to the wire for the battle of the championship, where we have the tiebreaker, where it gets decided on the board, where they play those best of 2 blitz games to find out the winner. But Yovi, there's only one scenario in which we get the tiebreaker.
And that is if it goes to Armageddon, in this particular game, and Pragnananda has to win. But we also need in the Alireza Wesley So game, we need that one to also end in a draw in the classical. And in the Armageddon, Wesley, who's leading by half a point, he needs to lose his Armageddon. Now, if we get that, it's going to be more fun, more chess for the evening, and we're going to have a playoff.
Oh, the dream. That would be a dream outcome here at Norway Chess, with the fight that we've seen, the drama, the absolute cinema we've seen over the last 9 rounds play out. You know, the leaderboard shifting up and down, Alireza, Pragnananda, Wesley, so all finding a way to stay in the fight till the very end. And the other fight that we haven't spoken enough about, I mean, there is a clash today between the world number 1 Magnus Carlsen and the world champion Gukesh Domuraju. And you know, when there's a day in chess that's not a marquee matchup, what on earth is going on? What kind of a reality are we living in?
Exactly. It feels like we've walked into some parallel universe, and suddenly these guys, new situation for them as well, I believe, fighting it out to avoid last place. Currently, Magnus is ahead of Gukesh, so with a draw would ensure he doesn't come last, but Gukesh with a win would leapfrog Magnus. We see a position where queens have come off, white with beautiful bishops, but black is about to restore the material balance by taking on d4. Just a very quick action replay for anyone who was here earlier. We left it with white's queen being attacked. We said, don't go forward, you'll get trapped. In b5, and Magnus would have lost material. This queen sidelined now. He did step across to a4, queen to b6. There was a blue arrow. I noticed this out of the corner of my eye earlier. Apparently, bishop to b5 would have been very strong for Magnus Carlsen. Big advantage, because in this variation, there would have been a hidden resource. The rook is hit. If it slides to f8, it could also continue getting attacked. So rook to d8. And now this move, which I think might have been the one that Magnus missed, dropping back. And the problem is, this knight is pretty much trapped. Wherever it goes, it gets captured. At the very end, bishop to a5 is the skewer, and Magnus might have stopped here. But check it out. There would have been a winning tactic for Magnus. I'll put you both on the spot here. If he'd gone for this variation, all forcing moves, big advantage at least.
Not so easy.
Very
Let's try and
difficult.
work this out. Putting on our puzzle rush hats right now, currently.
Very difficult. I think Magnus maybe got here in his calculation and stopped.
Well, the
I mean,
only
there's
move
no
that I
shame,
can
right?
see is
Magnus
knight takes g6,
But then h takes g6.
and then rook takes bishop, just give the whole house.
And then you want to come back
And
with
then
your
I want to
queen.
come to queen c2,
But then king g7.
and then bishop. Okay, well, you can see the evaluation bar saying nonsense.
But right idea, Jovanka. You just need to finesse it slightly. In that variation after queen
Maybe
to
we
a6.
just switch up the move order, right, Yovi?
Oh, this knight
try to
takes
do that.
f7. Yeah,
Yes.
let's go that one. Let's
Boom.
do the other one.
And then you can't take with the bishop because the bishop's hanging.
Yes,
You gotta take with the king.
yes. And then
And-
we've got to do it.
You take on e6.
Yeah, take on
Boom.
e6.
Give
and
a
then,
check on e1.
And then we take on e7 again.
And then you give a check with your queen.
Yeah,
with the
we
bishop,
get it.
and then
Yeah,
you
we
win
get
the
it.
queen. Sorry, guys.
Together.
Got excited a little bit. The chess players are us taking over right now.
That was incredible teamwork. I've got to say, that was impressive to watch.
Yes.
And yeah, I mean, this is easy. Like, I sat there with an engine and I just saw that the bar went up. But Magnus, this was all forcing moves. He could have maybe found it, but extremely difficult without someone like me being like, oh, there's something here. What is it? What is it? I think then Magnus might find it, but hard from a distance. So bishop b5, the blue arrow, would have given him a big advantage with that huge sequence. And yeah, that would have been a shock, I think, to Gukesh as well. But Magnus played a very natural move, knight to d7, forcing Gukesh to get rid of that knight. The question mark appeared because there was something better. But now the black knight comes back, a pawn disappears, and we see Magnus trading off queens. And live board is this one. We're in the end game now, as Dr. Strange would say. And rook takes d4. What do we make of Magnus's winning chances? Is it risk-free, his advantage right now?
It has to be, right? You have the better pawn structure, you have the bishop there, it's an open position, and it's Magnus Carlsen playing, the greatest endgame player of all time, and he's done a lot more in these endgames with much less than what I see in front of us. It's not going to be a good feeling being Gukesh right now, having to defend this, trying to escape the last place here at Norway Chess. I think Magnus has a very good chance in this endgame. The knight on c6 trapped there, can't jump up. If I take on d4, you're forced to pick it up with your bishop in this position. I can line up my rook with either d1 or c1, coming in with more threats. There are squares against the black king, dark square weaknesses,
Yeah.
rook d7 idea coming in. Maybe we just show that really quickly. Rook takes rook, bishop takes rook. I'm thinking about, I don't even care about my b2 pawn here, David Howell. Rook d1. I'm threatening bishop takes knight. You take that pawn. I go in with my rook. All in it is. b7's hanging as well. And if you go rook b8, I've got bishop d5 coming in. The rook b8, you lose your rook.
Yeah, no, I like this. My big concern though is that the pawn structure is pretty, it's not symmetrical, but it's very balanced on both sides. And I think the knight is going to be very good at fighting that kind of thing. So here I'm just thinking you've got to get rid of the bishop. So maybe bishop to e5 or maybe knight to e5. Oh, boo. But you know, you see, okay, now there's an imbalance, right?
But I
Now
like
there's a
bishop.
possibility.
The one thing the knight needs is stable squares. So yeah, if e5 isn't stable there, maybe there's something better. But
I like Yovi's idea of going bishop to e5 to try to trade. Because it just kind of neutralizes the bishop pair. You end up losing a pawn, but then there are checks and rook c2
Yeah.
at the end of that line.
And I just want to point out,
sorry, go on.
perfect. No, this looks like it's a possibility for black, but I just also wanted to point out there is a big kind of idea. If you did retreat the bishop, rook to d8 is not a possibility. It's not a way to neutralize because, okay, you can't go as white. Rook takes pawn, bishop takes knight.
Oops,
Yes.
Whoopsies.
Yeah,
would have been bad, but
bishop
unfortunately,
takes knight, and that would be a disaster for black.
piece up for white.
Game for 2 results is my call on this. It's an either Magnus Carlsen win or a difficult Gukesh hold this endgame.
The clock is maybe the one thing not on Magnus' side right now. Back to old patterns. The habit of this tournament, dropping low on time, has really haunted him, Magnus. And yeah, I think if it were level times, I would say Magnus is a huge favourite to win. But maybe Gukesh, having upped the speed, played a bit more quickly, confidently. Nice to see from Gukesh. Maybe he's going to give himself good practical chances to hold here. But yeah, I think ordinarily, like Magnus at his peak would defeat most players in the world from this type of advantage. 2 bishops, slightly better pawn structure. But of course, a lot of work ahead to be done. And Gukesh is a very good defender if he can somehow defend actively.
Magnus has to do it with a lot less time on this clock as well because different time control. Normally he's used to playing up to move 40 and then getting a big lump sum in terms of time. And then he has time to think out all the fine details. This time control has been a struggle for all our players.
It really has, and surprisingly so for Magnus Carlsen, who's somebody who said he's got the best clock management. And of course, he's got 7 Norway chess titles with him, right? This was the conversation that started. He's looking for his 8th. It's been a tournament to forget for both Magnus and Gukesh. But I will say it's not a fight for a top spot, but it's fight for pure pride when we look at this matchup. Magnus Carlsen wants to avoid one of his worst tournaments ever with a 5th loss. If it came down to that for Gukesh, he desperately needs one win before the World Championship. You know, this was supposed to be the tournament that's sort of part of the preparation of the big picture. That is Gukesh back? Is his form back? And right now, that's a big question mark on the World Champions, in front of the World Champion right now, with the match Sindarov here in Oslo, watching this being played out. I think he wants to avoid a last round loss against Magnus at all costs.
Totally agree with you there. Okay, let's move away from this game and let's go to the bird's eye view and just catch a glimpse on what is happening all around. Because we see a lot of potential fireworks happening in the top left. Ali Reza, Wesley So building up very nicely. That one's going to be tense. For Pragnananda, it's going to be whether he can squeeze out an advantage against Vincent Keimer. But on the women's board, we have Zhuzhina against Hampi Canary. Zhuzhina currently in 2nd place. Is she going to be grinding out a win? It's down on the bottom left in the brown. And if we look at Jiwanjin Bibisara, it does look like Bibisara, she might be a pawn down, but it's a rook and opposite color bishops. And Anna Muzichuk just looks like she's doing the business against Divya. So can I just have your quick assessments on what's happening in the women's?
That's a +1 from everything that you just said. I mean, Anna Muzichuk with the biggest advantage there. I think Zhu Wenjin most likely to go into an Armageddon. It looks like it's enough with the rook pawn ending opposite color bishop withdraw. Zhu Jin trying to push. We'll see how that turns out. I am very excited to go to that top row right now as the battle heats up. We're reaching time control.
Yeah. Okay, let's head exactly in that direction. And Well, where should we go? Should we go Ali Reza, Wesley, or should we just pop in on Pragnananda and Vincent?
Halva time.
Let's do it. Which game are we going? 1 and 3.
Let's start with the green board. Let's be a green flag right now. Alireza Firouzja, Wesley. So after all, Wesley, it's his fate's in his hand. He wins it, it's tournament over. He takes the championship.
And it's just a simple case that he has to win, right? If he has to win in Classical, that's guaranteed. And if he wins in Armageddon, well, then everything hinges on the Prague game. But either way, he has to secure a victory. And we are seeing so much tension on the board. Queen to d7, stepping up. And what is Ali Reza doing? He's kind of moved his rook to c2, given up on the idea of f4 after Wesley's knight to f6. Maybe we could do an action replay.
Yeah, I really don't like what Firouzja's been doing. I think time trouble is really costing him. There's been a lot of indecision. We left it here saying that f4 was possible. Alireza didn't need to recapture this pawn. He could have gambited it, ignored the whole of the left flank. It's all about the black king. Black king backing defenders. I think this would have been much more his style, even if kind of objectively the evaluation doesn't change too much. He did take back the pawn. Knight f6, something Tanya pointed out. A brilliant move here defensively from Wesley, threatening knight h5, which would hit the queen and cover the f4 square. But now Wesley started kind of going into reverse gear. He's played queen f3. The queen just came from there a few moves ago. And if he's not playing f4 now, which it looks unlikely with the queen blocking, then what was the point of playing king to h1? So he wasted king h1, he wasted queen g3, he's wasted 2 full tempi. And now black's king comes back where it came from, Cemento, defending the knight, putting some pressure on white's knight as well. Rook c2 looks a bit odd, unless he's going to double up, which he hasn't decided to do yet. Put his rook on the f rook on the c1 square. The black queen defends c6. Everything looks defended for black. I don't see how Alireza is going to make any real energy happen in his position. And the clock is getting really severe now, that situation. 16 minutes. This has just moved 23. Under a minute per move before any increment kicks in.
And this last move before queen d7 happened by Alireza to go rook c2, it felt like he was coming in with the idea of doubling up on the c file to hit c6, and Wesley preemptively defended it with his pawn. But the problem is that if you're Alireza, there's no way to triple down on that weakness right now. The queen on f3 on the far side, the knight can never move out of the way, giving an inroad into that queen side because knight d4 jumps are devastating. So knight on e2 can't move. The queen on f3 is essentially trapped unless you find a pathway for it, unless you find active play on the king side. And it just feels like Alireza has divided the board. He's taken half his army to play on one side and the other on the other, and it feels like jack of all trades, master of none right now if you're Alireza Firouzja, because where are you breaking through?
Right, that's going to be an interesting question, because at some point, remember, Ali Reza is basically in a must-win situation. He needs to win the Classical if he wants to keep his hopes of winning Norway Chess alive. And he's just saying, hey, I'm taking control of the queen side. Maybe I can also play on the king side as well with an eventual g4. Is there any surprise I'm suggesting moves like this? No, of course not. G4, and then the whole plan is either you go G5, as David's indicating, or knight to F5. Check.
Ooh.
Give it up.
Spicy.
Yes.
Wild.
That's my middle name. I didn't get a middle name.
Haska?
I didn't get a middle name. Do you have a middle name?
No, it's just...
Yeah, it's like my parents...
Actually, the way I play, sometimes I'm Tanya Chicken Sachdev.
Yeah.
I would not go G4 knight F5, but I love it when you say it.
Well, normally I'm a chicken too. But for this one, I say I'm spicy.
Sriracha level. I would love G4 knight F5 to happen, but I'm just surprised with Firouzja's rook C2, rook C1, because it doesn't imply like he's too ambitious on the king side anymore.
Yeah, he's either playing a really long-term deflection game. He's trying to kind of make Wesley focus just on this left flank, all about the C-file, and then he'll suddenly switch directions again, or he's really struggling for a plan. I think it's actually a bit of both. But yeah, the clock situation, I'm a bit worried. I think Wesley's very comfortable.
16 minutes.
Yeah, good luck. I mean, if anyone could do it, Alireza can.
But with 16 moves for 16 minutes, going in for G4 knight F5 will be very brave. Because you better have a checkmate coming in, or you're getting flagged, or you're lost.
Right.
On the board.
But this is the thing, though. It's the kind of position that requires that you take some risk. You have to start advancing at one point, and the problem is that there's no way forward. It's not like white is suddenly out of nowhere going to go rook takes c6 or get in an f4, because Wesley's kind of handled all of these things.
You know, the one thing I feel about chess is we talk about how does white make progress, but very often the question is also what are your opponent's moves, and it's sometimes harder to be on the defensive side finding moves. While we're struggling for Ali Reza's plan, how easy is it for Wesley to navigate this position with black?
Great question. I think that's the key right now. Like, knight to d4 is one move. We talked about swapping pieces off, but suddenly black loses a big defender. Like, the black knight might want to cover, for example, squares like this one. Not so attracted by that. This black knight could also move. Not really sure where. At some point, I was wondering whether one of these two pawn breaks happens. At some point, maybe black builds up for that by using his rook. But yeah, there's a lot of maybes in my words because it really is unclear.
Can black just wait and say, whatever you do, I am waiting? So you just go rook c7.
Okay.
Just
Nice.
a pass move.
Let's go g4. Ivanka, you suggested
I wasn't sure whether to go like bishop c3 with that, whether that would be a good waiting move as well, just to kind of preempt any queenside breakouts.
It's knight.
Knight to g. Okay, and also the knight is hanging as well on h, so that's needed.
This knight is also hanging for now. So.
Are you thinking about the e4 pawn at all? Knight g5 looks really good, actually.
Yeah. Okay, so the bishop is needed on d2. I forgot about
And
knight
maybe
h6.
now, I say c4.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's try g4. I like rook c7, but let's try g4.
Let's do it.
And if black continues.
Ooh, spicy.
Oh, do we try the spice? I'm the one person who can't handle any spice. Life, food, chessboard, no spice. But
I'm
look at
Indian,
that.
I love me some spicy. Knight f5, let's go for it.
The bar doesn't move.
Yeah.
Pawn takes knight. Take it with the g-pawn.
Yes.
Rook coming on to g1 next.
Ooh, the bar's moving.
So look at
Queen
this.
lining up.
Wow.
Just need a little bit of encouragement, and Tanya is there. Knight takes knight, obviously.
I'm in Norway, I'm really missing some spicy food, by the way. There's no spicy food, but some spicy chess. For now.
For now.
This is just terrifying. Black is cramped, so cannot defend. Like, the board is cut in half suddenly. Bishop can't get back to the defense because it's got a pawn in the way. The rooks are unable to defend. Queen, the only way to defend is to self-pin, and that it's high risk. Not many people can handle it, but... Okay, talking of spice, can Wesley handle the spice incoming? Knight back to g8.
I do like it, you know, that knight on h6, a bit of a thorn in black's position. You get rid of it. Not just that, Wesley's setting up f5 at the right time.
Yeah. And also kind of preempting this any g4, knight f5 business. I love it. So Wesley just going into family mode as he protects his king. Great, great chess. Going to the game between, by the way, Magnus Carlsen, Gukesh. Massive swings there as we see the evaluation bar
Who called
rise.
it? Who called it? I did.
It's going to be one of two decisive games this round, most likely. Magnus suddenly winning after some strange moves by Gukesh. We left it only, what was it, 3-4 moves ago? And suddenly Magnus is totally winning, a pawn up. Black's whole idea is to hit the bishop, and now he wants to come in next move. And knight to d3 will indeed pick up the b2 pawn. But I don't know if Gukesh has calculated this or whether he's just kind of given up hope in the tournament. But when the white bishop moves, maybe there's a better square. d5, for example. White will just play bishop e3. I mean, it's still a pawn.
And it's a huge pawn, right? It's a passer that just starts going up the board with the assist of the bishops. I mean, bishop pair. An A passer rolling up. No makings of an opposite color bishop ending. There'll be no trades for you. I mean, this has to be a Magnus win right now. You're up a pawn, and it's a ready-made passer being gifted to you.
Absolutely
For
true.
Gukesh, a total nightmare.
No, it's been a horrible tournament for Gukesh. It just has not worked. And it's really shaken his confidence. Maybe we can just zoom in. I just want to make sure the DGT board has been a bit funny this round. So I just want to make sure everything is 100% correct.
Looks like it.
Looks like it is.
You've got the 5 pawns, you've got the 4 for Gukesh. Yes, this is the position.
This is the position, and Gukesh in huge trouble, staring down yet another loss. And yeah, you can see it on his face.
15 moves, 9.5 minutes.
Yeah, Magnus, I think the clock is the one thing that could stop him, but this is such a Magnus position. Like, he used to win positions like this in his sleep back 10, 15 years ago, this is how he broke onto the scene, just grinding people down with the bishop pair, with better pawn structures. And Gukesh has been blitzing. I think he's just checked out of this tournament. Gukesh, he's still got 42 minutes on the clock. He's literally played every one of his last, 5 moves within a minute or so. And yeah, I mean, he's just totally self-destructed from a position, maybe we can show it, just a few moves ago, that looked tough but holdable. We literally left it just here. It looked fine, but rook takes. He spent only 18 seconds, instead of taking with the bishop, which we were predicting, he spent only 18 seconds taking with a knight, giving up a pawn, hanging a pawn on b7. After rook c2, bishop h6. Maybe he just forgot he was getting mated, but he kept blitzing. Gukesh played very quickly here, and after rook c1, maybe he just forgot that the white rook was coming up to mate the black king. I think a couple more moves and he can resign. Like, bishop d5 looks so natural. Maybe knight to a4 is the other idea that Gukesh has, but shouldn't be enough.
You know, this is just very concerning to watch this play out, because this has also been the storyline of Gukesh over the last many months, where he's let slip winning position and given a draw to his opponent, where drawn positions have been lost out on a single momentarily elapse of concentration. And in this position, knight c5 jumping in, I think Magnus can decide to put that bishop anywhere else except e4 and he'll keep his advantage. The clock going down, it's not the kind of extra pawn where there are complications and tricks that you have to solve. This is an endgame. You don't have to be precise.
No.
I don't see that as a factor that's going to save Gukesh. And the signs of checking out for the tournament, I think it happened on move 5, when Gukesh went into a 17-minute think after employing the Caro-Kann and then not playing what was the most obvious choice in that position.
Yes, it's not been Gukesh's best tournament, but like I said, one of the things that he can take hope from is that there are a lot of lessons to be learned, and it's better that they happened here rather than the all-important
But Yogi,
match.
you need that form to switch at some point, and
And it will switch.
Well, that's what we're all hoping for, because we want to see a big fight at the World Championship match. Again, like, both these players, fantastic player, nothing to prove. Gukesh has already proved himself. But when we talk about form, it's been now about a year and a half since the World Championship, since Tata Steel. And it just feels like now the deadline's approaching and you can't unsee it. It's on the horizon. You've got your candidate. In fact, he's here chilling, playing Counter-Strike.
I completely agree with you. It is concerning for Gukesh, but at the same time, I feel like, okay, if you can just push past this bad patch, and if mentally you can still remain strong, Gukesh is a fantastic player. He's an incredible talent, and he will be able to do things.
Yeah, he needs his coaches to tell him to try new things, to switch things up. Like, he's been doing the same thing for the last 18 months. He needs to maybe just play a few games a bit safer, play them a bit more solid, and like, I mean, today, I think he tried to play more solid, but, I mean, just the way it's gone downhill so quickly, he looks like he's not even locked in like he normally is. Yeah, something's off. I think it is confidence.
Question, David. You commentated on so many of the events that Gukesh has been playing on, right? Calling the action in it. If right now you had to tell him the most important change or switch up that he needs to make going into the World Championship, what in your eyes would that be?
It's hard to pinpoint one thing. I mean, this game maybe less so, but in general, the clock, he has to play a bit faster. He has to prepare a bit deeper. I think his openings will be automatically fixed by the World Championship, so that one I'm least worried about. But most of all, I think I would give him the same advice that Judith Polgar's husband gave her in the documentary Queen of Chess. Just, a draw is a fine result in some games. Like, just because he's world champion, nobody expects him to beat Magnus twice. Nobody expects him to go 10 out of 10 in this tournament. He's taking so much risk every single game, even when he's not on form. When you're not in form, that's when to go back to basics. Keep it super simple, take minimum risk, like play for 2 results. Like yesterday, he was already in bad form, played this opening against Prague, was basically just lost out the opening, never had a chance. Against Firouzja, lost out the opening, never really had a chance because he's taking massive risks. So I think, yeah, easy for me to say. I mean, World Championship level is another whole different ballpark, but yeah, I would just say, okay, take it easy a few games, save some energy, because his style of play needs a lot of energy, and he seems to be burning it every game.
Well, some good advice there, as we're seeing Magnus grinding out this game against Gukesh. Talking about a grind, let's head over to Pragnanda against Vincent. Pragnanda trailing Wesley So by half a point. We'll see whether Prag is doing the business, whether he's managed to get more than a slight pull against Vincent. What do we think? Rook to b6, the last move in this particular position.
Okay, at least there's a threat. Feels uncomfortable. How to defend this bishop? Does black have some counterplay? I'm looking at a weak f2 pawn, although Prag would probably happily push this pawn forward. If the black bishop moves, it could get pinned. That feels uncomfortable. I don't like it for Vincent at all. Like, even if the eval bar says it's not that bad, this is really unpleasant.
I actually don't think you could defend that pawn on e6. David, the only square for that bishop is bishop c8. You definitely pin that bishop, and guess what? The king can't unpin itself because the f7 pawn is soft there. Rook to b8 comes in with a deadly threat of knight c6, disconnecting the black rook to the bishop. If you have to sidestep on h7, you end up losing that f7 pawn in this position, and everything will fall. Beautiful pawn formation for white as well. Vincent might be about to go down a pawn because I don't see a way to actually double down on defenders for that bishop on e6 on our live board.
Yeah, and there's no way to swap pieces. Initially I thought, oh, maybe knight d7, but whoops. Rook takes e6 will remove the bishop. And two knights versus a rook, pawns on just one flank. They'll be too strong.
Same tactic with bishop to d7. You start with rook takes knight and win the bishop on d7.
Yeah, in this position, bishop d7, rook takes knight. Beautiful. Even better for white.
Nice spot. And I have a question. Can you go on the counter? So you just say, I'd like to keep that bishop on e6, thank you very much, and go knight to e4.
I think he has to, and this was the first move that came to my mind as well, but it continues. What next after the knight gets hit?
Can you drop it back to c5? I'm desperately just trying to keep my pawn alive. Not going to g5 simply because it gets hit across the board. h4 coming in, and I think you just end up winning the pawn.
Yeah.
Maybe even more.
Ooh, if you have to go back.
Or maybe take first on e6 so there's no block. And then, yeah, black gets pinned. This would be terminal. So knight e4, if the path is narrow already, knight e4, knight c5, it's really scary for Vincent. Maybe it's hanging by a thread here. Rook to c6 is one unpleasant move that he would have to figure out with a pin here.
Then could you do g5? No, hang on. Yeah, you can still go g5. Nope, that was a bad move. I wanted to stop f4 and f5 business, but it seems like that is not the priority.
I was going to say maybe still f4, but there's something stronger for white that... see yet. Maybe it's just simply winning a pawn. Okay, there's something better, but I was going to say here you can play moves like knight d7 because of the pin and pick up a pawn, but maybe this gives black some counterplay. Could it be in this position?
Can I hit your rook with knight e2 and maybe hope to place it on a less... not even knight e2, rook c2 hits the knight. You might be forced to just come back.
Wow.
Move here. You just simply start going Nigel shot mode. Well, you can't even march up the board with your own king. But maybe king g3, knight takes bishop, king g4, king h5.
Yeah.
Win the board slowly but surely.
Nice. Very strong. Still winning, but apparently there's an immediate knockout, which I didn't see yet.
I feel like it has to be a knight jump. Knight b5, knight d6, knight b7. No, don't play the bar. The bar is gonna prove me wrong. Knight takes bishop.
I just want to do some checking. Black can't come forward because of some knight checks. Maybe just go pawn hunting, something like this.
Yes.
Good enough for an advantage, but is it winning? That's the big question. I mean, I don't think Vincent's gonna be holding this, to be honest. He's down to 15 minutes, and this is just the beginning of his trouble. Like, he's gonna have to find probably only moves at some point.
But he needs to start with knight e4, otherwise he just goes down tangible disadvantage here with losing a pawn on e6. He still hasn't made that move. And he's been on the think for now over 6 minutes. He's reaching for the rook, in fact. He does hit the f2 pawn, but a different way.
Wow, okay. Rook to f1, another move played. But this is inviting the f-pawn to just move up the board to f3, f4. Another option would be to go king to g3.
Yeah, and also let's point out the psychology of this game. For as long as this game is going on, and as long as Prag is putting pressure on Vincent Keimer, and it's not dead equal, for that much time, Wesley So is struggling on his board, right? Because so much of it depends on what happens here. Wesley So has to take decisions with his half-point lead based on what's going on between Prague and Vincent.
Exactly. And if Prague is steering the game to a win, that means he's going to pick up 3 points, and Wesley has to do the same if he wants to be Norway chess champion. So much on the line in this championship round. We're going to go on a very short break. When we return, we're going to break down all of the action. So see you in a few minutes.